We welcome you into Subaru Park here in Chester, Pennsylvania. One more international friendly for Wrexham AFC on their U.S. tour tonight. It's a match against Philadelphia Union 2. I'm Josh Eastern. Thanks so much for joining us here tonight on MLSNextPro.com. So glad to bring you the coverage. It has been a great trip to the United States for Wrexham, and tonight they close it out in the hometown, of course, of one of the co-owners of Wrexham AFC, Rob McElhaney. He is thrilled to be able to welcome his team into his hometown, and tonight it's a bit of a dream come true, he said, to have this opportunity. And tonight they will play 90 minutes here at the home of the Philadelphia Union. And of course, Philadelphia Union 2 playing in MLS Next Pro, and they are coming off a 6-2 victory against the defending champion Columbus Crew 2 earlier this week. Of course, Wrexham last time out, well, they got a 3-1 win against a small team called Manchester United in San Diego earlier this week. Plenty of travel for this Wrexham team as they have crisscrossed the country, starting in Chapel Hill. Of course, that game against Chelsea. Then they headed out to Southern California. They took on LA Galaxy 2. It was a 4-0 win over Galaxy 2. And then, of course, the 3-1 win just down the highway in San Diego against Manchester United. And they are looking to close things out here with a bang, of course, before they head home to start their League 2 campaign, which will start next weekend. Of course, this is what has gone on during the MLS Next Pro Invitational as well. The Crystal Palace under-21s along with the Hoffenheim under-23s have both come stateside as well. And now we'll send it down to the field. We'll hear both the Welsh and the United States national anthems.
Please stand and remove your hats as the colors of our nations are presented by members of Newcastle County Police Department, Wilmington Police Department, and the Wilmington Fire Department. Signing tonight's national anthem in ASL is Victoria Rodriguez Mitchell from Language Services Associates, and performing tonight's Welsh national anthem is Kathy Crucy and American national anthem Ryan Brown.
Great scenes here in Chester, Pennsylvania, and Subaru Park. It's Wrexham AFC closing out their U.S. tour to take on Philadelphia Union 2. I'm Josh Eastern. Thanks so much for joining us here on MLSNextPro.com. Let's take a look at tonight's starting lineups. And we will start with the hosts in Philadelphia Union 2. A few changes from that game. Ended up being on Tuesday, but a big name comes into the lineup for the first time since the end of June, making his third appearance for the team this year is Quinn Sullivan. It'll be Chris Donovan up top as well, alongside Jeremy Raffanello. Aside from that, it is an unchanged side from the team that took down Columbus Crew 2 by 6 goals to 2. Just those 3 changes for Coach Marlon LeBlanc tonight and the home side. On the other side for Wrexham AFC and Phil Parkinson, 7 changes from that 3-1 win over Manchester United. The goal scorer, Elliot Lee, he will be in the lineup tonight. He'll start on that front line alongside Sam Dalby and Jacob Mendy. It'll be curious to see how long these players stay on the field, of course, with travel and a regular season match starting up next weekend for this Wrexham AFC side. And of course, it'll be Ben Foster who gets the start in between the pipes tonight. A great crowd on hand. Philadelphia Union 2 was saying this could be one of the biggest crowds to ever watch a Philadelphia Union 2 match. Of course, I'm sure there's some Philly Union fans in the crowd, but a lot of them, as you can see on the far side, are wearing red for Wrexham. Of course, what a journey it has been for this Wrexham side over the last couple of years, missing out on promotion just barely a year ago, but finally able to get it done just a few months ago, and they'll be playing in the Football League for the first time in 15 years since they dropped out in 2008. And of course, we mentioned first game of League 2 will be at the Racecourse Ground in Wrexham against MK Dons. That will be a week from tomorrow. But tonight here, the focus is on Philadelphia Union 2. That is tonight's opponent, and one more tune-up for this Wrexham side ahead of the new League 2 campaign to get started here very shortly. Of course, it is Wrexham in those red tops. It is Philly Union 2 in all blue tonight. Waiting on the whistle from our referee, and we can get things underway tonight. As Ben Foster said, walking into the stadium, quote, "It's stifling. It is a very warm night here along the Delaware River." Temperatures are at 88 degrees Fahrenheit tonight. There's the whistle, and away we go. It is Wrexham and Philadelphia Union 2. Appreciate you tuning in tonight here on MLSNextPro.com. And already, it's an early venture forward for Philadelphia and Juan Castillo, but the flag is up for offside. Now, what a tour it has been for Wrexham so far this summer, starting in North Carolina, that game against Chelsea, and then heading out to California, the West Coast, for a couple of matches against LA Galaxy 2 and Manchester United. It was a mostly under-23 side that took to the field that night, but a win over Manchester United is a win against Manchester United. Don't need too many details there. Rojas couldn't keep it in the middle. Scramble for that loose ball. It's a foul against Wrexham and Sam Dalby. Now, of course, the big news coming out of that game against Manchester United was the injury to Paul Mullen, of course, the star striker for this Wrexham AFC side. And he's tweeted that he has since left the hospital, which is good news for that punctured lung. Just a nasty collision the other day with the Manchester United goalkeeper, and we wish him well, and hopefully he can get back to the field as soon as possible. If you watch Wrexham, or if maybe this is your first time tuning in, this is something that you'll see a lot, although he didn't do it here. Ben Tozer with that long throw-in. Instead, he makes a step in fields, and the cross headed away and collected in again here by Wrexham. Barnett, he goes down, he was fouled, and it's a free kick to Wrexham yet again. Barnett, the 23-year-old from Shrewsbury, second season with Wrexham. Now James Jones will get a chance to stand over this set piece. Also to play this down the line, there's plenty of room there. Lee lets it run through, now he cuts it back, the cross, it'll fall into the middle, deflecting and wide. It was just pinball wizard there in the box. Eventually out for a Philadelphia goal kick. Great play here by Lee. Composed to cut it back. Union 2 player got his foot to it. After that, it was all up to the deflection and where it was going to go. Andrew Rick gets the start in goal, just like he did the other day against Columbus Crew 2. Such a weird game for Philadelphia Union 2 the other day. The Columbus Crew 2 goalkeeper ended up getting a red card in the 6th minute. Unfortunately for Columbus, there was no goalkeeper on the bench, so they had to have a midfielder play almost 90 minutes. They put 6 past him. They're in fine goal-scoring form, Philly Union 2. They're looking to carry that into tonight. That's a foul against Wrexham, and a free kick will go Philadelphia's way. CJ Olney, one of those standing around this. He'll be the one just to touch it in. Back for Vasquez. Going to play this down the line. It's Will Boyle, who will play it back to Ben Foster, who gets it away. The way that Philly Union 2 and the first team Philadelphia Union like to set up, they don't necessarily have a ton of possession. Philadelphia Union 2, team with the least average possession in MLS Next Pro. But here they come forward, Raffanello. His cross blocked down and collected in by CJ Olney. Castillo back for Raffanello, deflected, great save, Foster still available right off his chest. Like a brick wall, Ben Foster keeps that one out, keeps both of those chances out. It's a goal kick. Some good early pressure, though, from Philadelphia Union 2. Here it is again. All starts with that little touch pass by Juan Castillo. There was the deflection, though, that came off Andy Cannon, and then Quinn Sullivan. Very tough angle. And Ben Foster protecting that near post very well. Hearing from some of the Wrexham players, Sam Dalby after the game against Manchester United said getting used to that many fans is pretty wild. It was a packed crowd in San Diego the other night. We had almost 50,000, over 50,000 in that game in Chapel Hill, North Carolina against Chelsea. He says he loves feeling that energy. It's a pretty good crowd here along the Delaware River, just outside the city limits of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Tozer all the way back to Foster, and Wrexham will start from the back. Foster looking for that long ball. It's a long run as well. Andrew Rick has to come outside his area and just send this away. got to give it back. It's not like a baseball game where you can keep a foul ball. Got to give the soccer balls back. Here comes Wrexham forward yet again. Raffanello going to block that down. Now looking to chip this through the middle. Castillo collects. Now it's turned over. Barnett looking to find some width. There's an overlap there, right through the legs of Castillo. It finds James Jones. Jones looks to cut this back. Union 2 do well to carry it out. Only looking for that outlet pass, and it comes off. Here's Raffanello. Donovan there in support, only making the run. Instead, it's cut back. It's Vasquez. Just couldn't quite get it out from underneath his feet. And Wrexham able to calm things down and win the ball back. That's pretty much Philadelphia Union 2 in a nutshell. Don't necessarily like to have a lot of possessions. We were talking about they average just 37% of the ball in their matches. But when they get it, they go quick over the top. They love that long ball. And this back line will no doubt be tested. The two center backs tonight in Tozer and Boyle. Philadelphia is also in great form right now. They're unbeaten their last 5 with 4 wins in those 5 games. The other one a draw. Only getting 1 point from that draw after kicks from the mark. It's a new rule in MLS Next Pro where if it's tied in league play after 90 minutes, teams have a shootout to see who gets an extra point. Let's go back and look at some flair here from Wrexham. It's right through the 5-hole, and Jones was on the collecting end of it. O'Connell. And now here's Boyle and Mendy. That ball ended up going out of play. Well, some of the regulars not getting the start here tonight, the likes of Aaron Hayden, Jordan Davis, Ollie Palmer, of course Paul Mullen out injured. I'm sure this was all planned out beforehand by Phil Parkinson and the coaching staff. Trying to have everybody in tip-top shape and fitness going into next week's opener against MK Dons. Again, here comes Barnett forward. Barnett's cross blocked down. Castillo putting the deflection onto it, and it's out of play for a corner kick. Corner kick, and it's an in-swinger towards the near post. It's headed away, but only to the top of the area. Move back out wide for O'Connor. Tom O'Connor taking off the ball, another throw-in, and I would assume Ben Tozer would be coming over for this one. Such a weapon, Tozer, to use in these sorts of situations. Creates almost another set piece for Wrexham. Tozer, the long throw, flicks right up into the air. Rick, he goes up for it, and he is fouled. Flag up for offside as well. It's going Philadelphia's way regardless. Look at it here. Rick was up for it and was fouled. This portion of the match is brought to you by Subaru of America. Great crowd on a warm summer evening here in Chester, Pennsylvania. Final international friendly this MLS Next Pro season and of Wrexham's trip here to the United States. Mendy trying to turn the corner. This one blocked out of play. Andy Cannon. Jones throws the brakes on yet again and nearly turns it over. Philadelphia is able to win this back. Donovan up over the top. It was Olney who couldn't quite collect it, with O'Connell there defensively for Wrexham. A handful of these Philadelphia Union 2 players have gotten some chances with the first team so far this season. Of course, Quinn Sullivan has been a hot prospect in his young career. He's played 13 games with the Philadelphia Union. Same goes for Chris Donovan as well. Striker, he has 11 appearances. He has a goal and an assist as well this season in Major League Soccer. A Philadelphia Union organization that is so big on young players and having them come up through the academy. Would not be a surprise if a lot of these players on the field tonight see themselves as regulars in Major League Soccer in the coming years. That's just how Philadelphia has operated. Like Brendan Aronson, Mark McKenzie, a couple of U.S. national team regulars started at the youth levels with Philadelphia Union 2 at the time, Bethlehem Steel. This is a hotbed of soccer in the United States, this area of the country. And Philadelphia, no doubt, has tapped into that here at the club. Olney looking to cut this back. He's coming off a very strong game on Tuesday against Columbus. And now it's Mendy. Interesting lineup put out tonight, of course, by Bill Parkinson and Wrexham. Looking a little bit of the squad depth. Obviously, it's a long season. Everybody will contribute. The two top goal scorers from a year ago, and Mullen and Palmer, combined for 55 league goals, both not in action tonight. Palmer available off the bench, Mullen out injured. Next best is Elliott Lee, who has 2 goals on this U.S. tour so far. He scored 12 goals a season ago. He's good for 3rd on the team. 4th leading scorer was Aaron Hayden. He's also not in the lineup tonight, at least in the starting 11. He's going to step up and score those goals as Donovan heads this towards the end line, looking to cut this back. Decision going to be, looks like it's going to be a corner kick. Chance to swing this one in. Olney delivers, the heads go up, it's flicked off to the far side. It'll trickle out for a Philadelphia throw-in. to be a thrill for so many of these young Philadelphia players who may not have ever played in front of a crowd this big. Of course, Wrexham, they have gone through it a few times now on this trip. Another long throw. Donovan's up to keep it alive. Raffanello going up with Tozer, who tumbles to the turf. And it's in the hands of Foster, who quickly tries to go over the top. It's cut out by Legwenick. And Kruger can collect again for Union 2. Here's Cannon. And Boyle. Chested down. Sam Dalby, and now maybe something on. Lee plays it back. Wrexham able to switch the point of attack. Arnott playing it down the line. Lee just trying to keep possession. Eventually it's turned over. Castillo. Shot out of a cannon there, but couldn't keep it as Olney slides in to concede a throw. Those are those balls that Philadelphia always tries to get onto and get upfield as quick as possible. They do win it back here in the middle. Chested down for Olney. His pass just off the mark. And then the foul by Vasquez. Vasquez, who scored his third goal of the season just the other day. Castillo lets this run back for Andrew Rick. 17-year-old who gets the start in goal tonight. There's that long ball for Raffanello, and he couldn't keep it. That's another trademark of Philadelphia Union style of play, is playing with those two target strikers up top. Tonight it's Raffanello and Donovan. It's been, as of late, two target strikers, a 4-4-2 diamond. That diamond midfields that can always cause some problems. It's, I'm sure, part of how you want to play different styles of play when you come on a trip like this for Wrexham, is you don't know what you're going to see throughout a long, arduous season they're about to embark on yet again. Slowing things up is Sullivan. This portion of the match is brought to you by WSFS Bank. Trying to return it to Castillo. Stepping in was Barnett. They're in the midway point of this first 45 minutes. International friendly. Philadelphia Union 2 and Wrexham. Having a tough time trying to play through some of this Wrexham pressure in the middle. Comes Wrexham forward yet again. Back to Foster. He'll pick out the pass down this near side again for Barnett. Lofted forward. Second ball picked up. Jones moving this out wide. Mendy. Jacob Mendy trying to get to the end line. Challenge put in by Carlos Rojas. And a Wrexham corner kick is coming. Mendy just in those one-on-one situations, but it was Rojas coming over to help defensively. And now a chance for Tom O'Connor yet again. Former Southampton youth product will send this one in. This time an out-swinging ball. Plenty of depth on it. Tozer's up for it. He cues it wide. Good service in. Tozer having to go up over the top to try to get onto that. Wrexham looking forward again. Dalby trying to chase it down. Castillo gets there first. Came off the face of Vasquez. Barnett looking to play this in behind. Dalby's on the run. Sliding challenge put in by Hugo Le Guenec. Again, it's Tozer who will come forward. This will be one of the first things on the scouting report when you look at Wrexham AFC. There's a short option there with Barnett. Instead, he'll loft this one in. It's flicked across. The header is saved. Andrew Rick comes up with it, but it was a free header there in the middle. Just couldn't quite get the power behind the header to beat the goalkeeper. Just having to loft this out of play. It was a tough ball back for him. Gives a chance to look at this long throw again. Important thing on these is always getting that initial header. And once you get it into the middle of the box, you never know what can happen from there. O'Connell. Ball quickly taken away. Vasquez. As quickly as it was taken away, it's nearly won back and eventually is here by Andy Cannon. Elliott Lee. Shake free that Philly midfield. There was a challenge put in on Lee. It's a free kick to Wrexham just outside the center circle. Another look here. Just a lunging challenge, a bit clumsy there from Vasquez. Wrexham quick to get on with it. Another corner kick upcoming here for Wrexham. Here comes the corner kick all the way to the back post, and the header is on frame, and it's taken in by Andrew Rick yet again. The set pieces, long throws have really given Philly some trouble. Throw-in coming from Dalby, trying to catch Union 2 out. Jones recovers for Wrexham, sends the cross away. Well, convergence of players there right at the top of the 6-yard box. Union 2 able to get this away. Raffanello battling for it. No foul in there. Tozer will get back on this, and the referee will stop play. A player down on the other end. And this will be a hydration break as we look at this last sequence. It was Jones looking for Elliott Lee in there. A bit of an awkward fall there for Lee. He is being tended to here. Because of the temperatures tonight here in Chester, Pennsylvania, hydration break. I hope that Elliott Lee is okay to continue on. As Ben Foster said, quote, "It's stifling," and it is a warm one out there tonight. The humidity, I'm sure, is pretty high as well, as it normally is this time of year. Chance now for both coaching staffs to talk things over. Make any necessary changes, maybe tactically. I assume come halftime, we'll get quite a few subs on both sides. Bit of a shorter bench, though, for Union 2 and Wrexham tonight. We'll see who is available when that time comes. Of course, this time being used will be added on to the end of this first half in stoppage time. It's a bit of a longer hydration break. With it being a friendly, a little bit more lax here. And everybody moseying back onto the fields. And we'll get started. It'll be back on the far side of the fields. We'll go Wrexham's direction on the drop ball. Will be a drop ball here as we get things back underway at Subaru Park here in Chester. Philadelphia Union 2 and Wrexham. Bit of a better start time for those watching back in Wales. And maybe it has been for the last few games, starting in the middle of the night. It's maybe just a little bit past midnight now at this point. I guess 1 a.m. now. Just to down. Trying to play that through. It's blocked down, and Wrexham quickly able to win it back. That's been an impressive part of their game here tonight. Closing down those passing lanes for Union 2 to try to progress forward. So far, the best chances for Wrexham have come on those long throw-ins or corner kicks. Here's Raffanello. Back for Vasquez. Stepping up was O'Connell. And cleared away Lee. Trying to win it back in the middle. There's a foul and a free kick to Philly. Again, looking for something forward. Sullivan trying to pick out the pass. Raffanello was making the run. Gonna touch this into space. Good self pass. Did that come off the hand of Legwenick? It did. And a free kick to Wrexham. Good move there by Ryan Barnett. Some contact there, and this will be a foul indeed. Elliott Lee brought down. And the referee would like a word here. Yeah, just a coming together there away from the ball. Running right into Hugo Legwenick. Chance now for Tom O'Connor to stand over this. James Jones as well. O'Connor's stood over most set pieces so far tonight, whether it be from the corner or in this sort of part of the field. It's a three-man wall just protecting Andrew Rick in goal. It's O'Connor to deliver. This one headed away. Eventually, Wrexham able to win this back. It's Mendy. And all the way back. Turned over. Steele, Olney. Space to run into for Sullivan. And the shot nowhere near Foster in goal. Another look at this set piece, and really couldn't make anything of it. And then right back the other way. Steele and Olney combining to try to find Sullivan. There was that pocket of space, and he went for the glory strike. It didn't quite come off. O'Connor for Mendy. So good in these 1v1s. Mendy trying to get the shot away. He got one away. It was blocked. And now out for another corner. It was Francis Westfield defensively for Philly. I think he's been dangerous in those wide positions. It's Tom O'Connor. O'Connor curls this in, bounces for Tozer. Takes him to the edge of the area, now trying to turn the corner. And he'll be out, and he's in the right spot because he'll attempt another long throw. Tozer getting that flick along, and it's headed in. Or is it a goal? It looks like that will not count. Must have been a foul somewhere in the box. That is initially what needs to happen, is that flick at the near post that really unlocks it on those long throw-ins. So close for Wrexham to try to find the opener. There must have been a foul there in the box. Here's Castillo. Lugwenick. This just does stay in play. Westfield comes into the middle. Cannon for Barnett. Headed out of play. I want to hear from Mendy. Gets it right back. O'Connor. Here's O'Connell. Dalby. Slide this in behind. It's Mendy. Mendy deflecting into the arms of Andrew Rick. This is actually going to be out for a corner. He apparently couldn't keep it in play. So a corner kick coming for Wrexham. Everybody was going the other way, but they'll have a corner kick out of this. Let's go back and look at this. See if Rick kept it in play. Oh, it's tough. It's a tough call for the AR on the near side because the body of the goalkeeper is obviously blocking the view, but he must have seen it. The in-swinger comes into the middle. Chance to settle and smash it in. Tom O'Connor opens the scoring for Wrexham. It's his first goal on this U.S. tour. He had time and space to settle and put it in the back of the net. And Wrexham has the opener at Subaru Park. Another look at it here. There's a cheap corner that Wrexham made expensive. He just went low and hard with the shot. So much traffic in there and tough for the goalkeeper to keep out. And Tom O'Connor gets on the score sheet tonight. O'Connor a season ago with 4 goals. And he gets one here tonight. O'Connor from Kilkenny, Ireland. Second season with Wrexham as Foster comes to take this. His parent club for a while was Gillingham, but he went on loan for quite some time as well. Part of the Southampton youth setup as well. A lot of good players have come out of that system. 24 years old, he could be a nice, bright young player for this Wrexham side this upcoming season in League Two. Trying to play this through the middle. Dalby is offside. Before the goal, let's take a look at why that first goal was taken off the board, and we believe it was because there was a foul right there. You see as he's about to head that ball, the forearm goes right into the back of the Philadelphia player, which is why this one did not count. Wrexham would make it worthwhile a few minutes later and able to get on the score sheet. Castillo. Play that in behind, didn't quite work out. Second ball, Olney. There's Donovan and Vasquez. That's a foul against Sullivan, trying to clear some space. And a free kick will go Wrexham's way as we are closing in on the end of this first half. We'll see how much stoppage time is added on. Be 3 minutes of stoppage time added on at the end of this first half.
There will be a minimum of 3 minutes of added time to the first half.
That's going to be the response from Philadelphia. Haven't had too many opportunities. There was a good double save earlier on in this first half by Ben Foster. Aside from that, though, the chances have been few and far between for Union 2. It's been a good display here from Wrexham defensively. There's that long ball they always look for. Donovan. Looking for those quick rotations, Philadelphia. Castillo. Knocked down, looking for Olney. Rojas tries to keep it in. Touched into space. Was there a foul? There was. And it was just outside the area. Prime real estate for a chance to test Ben Foster. Rojas did well just to throw a foot at it and keep it in. And then it was Raffanello who was brought down. And who has their sights set on this? Sullivan, Raffanello, Castillo, all standing around it. Raffanello and Castillo, a four-man wall. Jeremy Raffanello with 7 goals this season. And he'd be the one that's eyeing this one up. Big moment right near halftime. This is Jeremy Raffanello! An absolute screamer! And Union 2 have found the equalizer in the dying embers of the first half. It must have taken some sort of deflection as Foster was completely headed the wrong way. Let's take a look here. May have taken a slight deflection there off of Andy Cannon on the way through. That was hit, though, with plenty of pace from Raffanello. And Philadelphia Union 2 have drawn level here as we close in on halftime. Raffanello, he mentioned 7 goals this season. And he gets his 8th in all competitions here. And that is the whistle. We have hit halftime tonight from Subaru Park. Well, the opener goes Wrexham's way. Tom O'Connor gets that goal. The response from Jeremy Raffanello. And our score at the half, it's Philadelphia 1 and Wrexham 1. Well, MLS Next Pro got to take part in MLS All-Star Week by reviving Goalie Wars. Not only did the 4 keepers perform at a high level, we got some unique access with the player cam powered by AT&T 5G.
First semifinal. On the left, Ben Martino, and on the right, Isaac Walker. Brought back unofficially last year, now to popular demand. Big chance for Ben Martino now to try to tie it up, and that should do it for Isaac Walker, who is winning this first round of Goalie Wars. Now it's time for the second semifinal. Damian Las and Xavier Valdez going head to head. Equalizer from Xavier Valdez. Now to win for Damian Las, and he does in overtime. Damian Las advancing to the final of Goalie Wars. Isaac Walker, Damian Las, doesn't he? Pull this away, he's going to, I think, isn't he? He knows the time. Damian Las has got to go quick. Oh, does he get it?
Oh my goodness.
But in all seriousness, Damian Las put on the 2023 MLS Next Goalie Wars win. Yes, Isaac Walker, the new champion.
Let's go! Give me the bell, baby!
Isaac Walker, MLS Next Pro.
It's such a goalkeeper.
Halftime at Subaru Park in Chester, Pennsylvania. Philadelphia Union 2 and Wrexham AFC 1-1. As we wrap up our international competitions tonight, Michelle was in Salt Lake and got to sit down with Assistant General Manager from Real Salt Lake, Tony Beltran, to talk about his role with the club and how international competition can help clubs domestically.
I'm Michelle Montaigne, and today MLS Next Pro is absolutely honored to be sitting down with Tony Beltran, Assistant General Manager for Real Salt Lake. And can we just start with you describing what exactly that entire role entails?
Sure, absolutely, and a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me. So as the Assistant General Manager for Real Salt Lake, I oversee the day-to-day operations and the longevity of our developmental side. So that includes Next Pro and also our next teams, our academy teams, the Real Monarchs, and our U15 and U17 academy side.
A lot of those guys who get to use this beautiful facility. What went into the decision to build this really one-of-a-kind, state-of-the-art facility?
Ambition, and I think an understanding of kind of the roster rules of MLS. Our previous owner, Doy Hansen, saw an efficiency, and that's in collaboration with the front office, and that was that there's an obvious benefit on the cap side of having homegrown players play for your first team. And so we previously had our academy off-site in Arizona, which is also part of our territory, but bringing it in-house here in Utah allowed us the continued advantage of having all of our players under one roof. And so now, with housing the Monarchs and our academy full-time in our residential dormitory, on a given day we have the ability to pull players from each team, have them up for training, have them go down for opportunities, and do all of that instantaneously. So it's a huge advantage, it's a huge resource, and thank you so much for complimenting. It is a beautiful campus and we are very spoiled.
No kidding. It is beautiful, for sure. But in terms of the impact you've seen it play on the field, can you talk a little bit about how it has shown up and how having all of these things under one roof has really generated value on the pitch?
Yeah, I think a really good example is reflected in our first team. And so for the last 5 years, Real Salt Lake has led the league in homegrown minutes played in the regular season. So it's a stat that I'm really proud of and our club is really proud of, and I think really just embodies what we're about, and that's development. And we've had for years a fantastic pipeline from our academy to the first team, and it's brought us great success. And now, again, in this new era with new ownership and renewed resources, we're even more excited and bullish about the opportunities for our academy players coming through the ranks and beyond.
One of those opportunities, obviously this MLS Next Pro Invitational. Your second year hosting it, how does it help the club to be able to host an international tournament? What does it do for the club on the international stage?
It's a lot of fun. First of all, it's a lot of fun. And I think before speaking about the club, I'll reference for what it does to the players. As a former player myself, I think this is really important to hone in on. Look, any time you're going to challenge yourself against your international peers is really important. Important just because of the opportunity from a competitive standpoint, but also in development, having diversity in opponent, diversity in experiences, like anything in life, just propels everything forward. And so from a player standpoint, on the developmental side, I think it's wonderful what the MLS Next Pro has built here. And we're happy to be a partner in that, now and hopefully in future years. And then on the club side, again, I think it's just a great way to legitimize our developmental teams within the global landscape and to build relationships with European sides and to build future pathways and ties. And again, just to another indicator, another metric to challenge our players in a different environment.
You touched on two things there, the club side and the league side. So on that note, MLS Next Pro, only in its second year, how does what you guys have built here as an organization kind of provide a model for other clubs in MLS Next Pro to emulate?
Oh, that's, first of all, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know, I think each market is unique. And so the setup, I think what Nashville is doing and having their MLS Next Pro team off-site in a different, almost secondary market is really interesting. And so I think it depends on the makeup of the team and the locale and the community and what works there. But for us specifically, one thing that we constantly hear from all of our peers in the landscape is that they're very jealous, very envious of the opportunities that our campus provides. And that's having all of our players, and that's from the 13, 14-year-olds all the way up to the professional players, on our campus 10.5 months out of the year. And that is a huge luxury because we get so many more touch points, so many more opportunities to influence the development of all of our players. And so I think one thing this campus does really well, and one thing that other markets maybe have tried to take away from us, is the ability for this campus or a setup like this to inspire development in an individual. Because that's a real important component of teaching. It's not just conveying information and just saying words and teaching. It's inspiring others, inspiring students to take ownership of learning, right? To take ownership of their own careers. And I think our market does that really well.
Speaking of careers, you've spent almost all of your professional playing career with this club. So for you just personally, getting to be an assistant GM, getting to have a hand in helping develop these young guys, what does that mean to you?
It's very special. Thank you so much. I feel so fortunate. I definitely appreciate that this does not happen with every professional career, but being able to play the entirety of my career, my pro career in Salt Lake City, and now working in the front office for a club and for a community that really is a chief protagonist in my life is very special. Very special. So I feel so fortunate to be part of this community, and I'm so thankful, that the club still wants me.
Well, for good reason. Tony, thank you so much for the time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
It's not every day we get to sit down with someone in the front office. This is Tony Beltran, Assistant General Manager for Real Salt Lake.
Great to hear from Tony Beltran and Michelle as well. It is halftime here from Subaru Park in Chester, 1-1. Well, it was a busy week all around with MLS Next Pro clubs. Michelle and Samara have a big task wrapping it all up in this week's Rewind.
Despite the imminent weather throughout the weekend and aside all the international action going on here in Utah, Matchday 18 delivered quite the excitement. Michelle Montaigne and I are here to get you caught up on the best moments of the weekend. Now we start this rewind with great news out of LA. LAFC star goalkeeper Maxime Crépeau is back. The Canadian keeper returned to the pitch following a lengthy recovery after suffering a devastating leg injury in the 2022 MLS Cup final. Following the match, Crépeau shared what it meant to be back in action and be part of the team's 2-1 win over Tacoma Defiance.
Honestly, it's been a hell of a road, so personally I was just happy to play again, honestly, to play, to enjoy it, to have fun. That was a big part that I've missed playing, and then obviously there's a lot of ups and downs during those 9 months with the recovery process. But the fact that I've been able to come out with the guys, and to be fair, we handled well the second half where we got the result and we got the job done. We did some small adjustments, and tactically we came up on top. So I'm happy to get the 3 points with the guys because they deserve it. We worked well today, and then now it's just to carry on and to get momentum out of that. Yeah.
Now, keeping it out west, when the top team in the Western Conference is calling it their comeback of the year, you know it's got to be a big deal. Rapids 2 goes down 3-0 at the break, but fights back in the second half with 2 goals less than 10 minutes apart, supplemented by an Austin FC 2 own goal to send this one to a shootout. That's when Adam Beaudry took over, making a critical save on the final kick from the spot to give his team the shootout victory. This is the second of 3 meetings between the top 2 teams in the West, with Rapids 2 so far taking multiple points each time.
Now, if there's someone who's going to deliver some remarkable talking points, that's our defending champs. While Crew 2 took a 6-2 loss against Union 2, the game delivered moments we could not even make up. Just 6 minutes into the match, the Cappies went down a keeper following a foul that earned him a straight red card. Midfielder Clay Hallstad came in to replace the starting Crew 2 keeper and did an impressive job in the first half. However, the visitors took advantage of the mishap and delivered a flurry of goals, 2 of them coming from academy players David Vasquez and Luciano Sanchez.
And for the second straight week, there is a new name atop the Golden Boot race standings. With his brace in OCB's game against Chicago Fire 2, Jack Lynn sits in sole first with a tally of 12 total goals this season. This marks his second 2-goal game in the month of July alone, having scored in all but 1 game this month. Behind him sits Nick Firmino with 11, followed by 4 players who each have 10.
What a weekend. You can catch all the highlights on MLSNextPro.com and tune into Matchday 19 on MLS Season Pass on Apple TV. We'll see you back here next week. For Michelle and I'm Samara Perez signing off from Utah.
Well, what is to come and what has already happened? Of course, we are finishing out the international portion of the MLS Next Pro schedule, of course, the MLS Next Pro Invitational with Crystal Palace under 21s, Hoffenheim under 23s, Rapids 2, Real Monarchs, Whitecaps 2. A lot of great opportunities for all of those teams. And, of course, Wrexham taking down LA Galaxy 2 by 4-0 as well as part of this international tour for Wrexham. Well, unfortunately, everybody is being told to head for safety. There is some weather that is coming through the area. They are clearing the stadium, and this second half will be delayed. It is halftime here between Philadelphia Union 2 and Wrexham AFC. It is 1-1. We hope to check in with you in just a little bit. Hopefully we can get back to the game. But for now, we will step aside for this weather delay. Happy to bring you back into Subaru Park in Chester, Pennsylvania in over 2-hour weather delay here along the Delaware River just outside of Philadelphia. I'm Josh Eastern. Thanks so much for being with us. It's Philadelphia Union 2-1. It's Wrexham 1. Let's catch you up from the first 45 minutes. We went into the weather delay when we were at halftime. So it's basically like we're starting the second half. It was just a over 2-hour halftime. Of course, a big occasion tonight with Wrexham finishing up their U.S. tour here in Philadelphia, the hometown of Rob McElhenney, one of the co-owners, of course, of Wrexham AFC. So a big occasion for both of these teams, and early on it was Elliott Lee who was trying to start things off for Wrexham, and he got it into a good area, but through some traffic, not able to get the shot through from Ben Tozer. And then a big save from Ben Foster, and then he'd had to make another one on the chance from short distance there by Quinn Sullivan. There were quite a few corner kicks in this half for Wrexham. This one, though, headed wide of the post. A big chance to try to find the opener. And then Andrew Rick would be called into action. The 17-year-old goalkeeper would make a big save there. Another corner kick for Wrexham. This one bouncing, but into the arms once again of Andrew Rick. This goal, we thought it was going to be the opener, but you saw that push at the near post. The referee saw it, blew his whistle, and the goal did not stand. But it wouldn't take long until Wrexham was finally able to find a breakthrough goal, and it would come through Tom O'Connor. This ball whipped in. The header fell right to him at the penalty spot. He made no mistakes about the finish, slotting it home and beating the goalkeeper to give Wrexham the first goal of the match for O'Connor, his first goal of this U.S. preseason tour. A good touch there by Rojas, and that would set up the free kick. Jeremy Raffanello was fouled, and then Raffanello stepped up and through all those bodies, able to find the back of the net. Maybe a deflection in there in front of Foster, but he was not able to keep it out. And Jeremy Raffanello has scored his 8th goal now in all competitions here in 2023. Well, Wrexham is out on the fields, and we're just waiting for Philadelphia Union 2. Bill Parkinson, he's out on the field in the white shirt saying, all right, we've waited 2 hours. Let's get on with things here. They're ready to play this second 45 minutes. Well, I saw a flash in the background. I don't think flash photography is available at sporting events, but the players are back out onto the fields. Unfortunately, the crowd has thinned considerably. It really was a great crowd tonight here at Subaru Park, and big credit to those that are still sticking around as it looks like the rain continues to fall here at Subaru Park. Well, 11 subs to tell you about for Wrexham. Oh, obviously, everybody in and everybody out as well. Callum McFadzean, Aaron Hayden, Jordan Davis, Ollie Palmer, Liam McAlinden, Billy Waters, Bryce Hosanna, Mark Howard is the new goalkeeper, Max Kluworth, Owen Cushing, and Aaron James have all come onto the fields. And we'll tell you about them as they make plays during the game. And finally, we are back underway. If you're watching in Wrexham, boy, thanks for sticking with us. It is a late one. It was already going to be a late one. It has turned into maybe an early morning match now instead of a late night match. This is one back only. Looking for Raffanello. His touch, though, just eludes that right foot. He couldn't quite get the shot away. Interesting to see how this second half will go. There is Mark Howard. He has come back in and is, of course, he was the #1 goalkeeper for most of last season until Ben Foster came back into the club. But Howard played in 33 games as this is turned over right to Raffanello. Can he get the shot away? He can. It's parried aside as far as Donovan, who puts it back into the middle. It'll bounce towards the end line and out of play. Aaron Hayden was waiting for Howard to come and claim that. Instead, it's out for a corner kick. That's just a bad giveaway from Aaron Hayden. Just couldn't quite get the shot away. Good defensive play by Max Kluworth, who was able to just step in. Corner kick bounced in. Now stood up towards the back post. Donovan couldn't get there. It's touchdown of play, and it's another corner kick upcoming for Philly Union 2. A strong start to this second half for Union 2 tonight. The in-swinger put right on top of the goalkeeper. And Howard able to do enough to get this away and all the way out to midfield. Now it'll go all the way back to Andrew Rick, who is tonight's goalkeeper. Down the line. And out of play. A throw-in coming here for Wrexham. Of course, Wrexham just over a week away from opening up their League Two campaign at the Racecourse Ground. It'll be against MK Dons. Obviously back in the Football League for the first time in 15 years. 2008 was when they dropped out. What a journey it has been to get back to where they are here today. Able to find space infield. Vasquez on the turn, able to get right back up to his feet. Vasquez, low shot, pushed away. That ball did stay in play. Wrexham able to prevent a corner kick out of it, but Philly get a quick throw in. Long throw here by Westfields. And right back to him. They'll do it again. Another long throw. There's Ollie Palmer. Second leading goal scorer for the team a year ago. 17 goals for him. On the turn, Vasquez. Lays it off, Rojas. Olney trying to get around Hayden. Olney. His cross blocked out of play for a corner. And Philly has really started this half well. This was the chance a few moments ago. Vasquez able to slide back to his feet. That's a pretty good save in the end by Howard. As the corner kick came in quick. Vasquez sending it forward, and it's easy there for Howard. Down was Billy Waters. He gets right back up to his feet. Oh, couldn't keep possession. And touched out of play. Throwing down the line. That in field. The next game for Philadelphia Union 2 will be right here on Friday. They'll take on New York City FC 2. Back to MLS Next Pro play. And of course, Philadelphia right in the middle of their season Currently 8 wins, 8 losses, 4 draws. For Howard again, he has to be quick and gets rid of it. And this is all the way over the top for Palmer, but tracking back defensively was Legwenek. Well, this portion of the match is brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Philadelphia currently sitting in 6th spot in the MLS Next Pro Eastern Conference. The top 8 teams make it to the playoffs this year. Oh, nice flick there by Vasquez. Sends Sullivan free. The cross is taken by Howard. Wrexham have really been under some pressure here to start this second half. Great ball in there. That's exactly where you want to put it. Donovan, though, just couldn't get on the end of it. Chance for Wrexham coming forward, but ushered back to Andrew Rick. Should make a correction. It's 7 teams who will make the playoffs in each conference, but Philadelphia right in the thick of things as things stand at the moment. Of course, we mentioned this great run of form they've been on as well. They're unbeaten in their last 5. They've won 4 of those last 5, including the last game where they scored 6 against Columbus. One back in the middle. Olney out wide, Raffanello. Wrexham able to get this away. Long cross by Castillo, headed down. It was just too far out in front of David Vasquez. Castillo will go again. This one flicked away by Aaron James, the young 18-year-old academy player. And the foul will end the threat. Another look at this great service in. It was just a bit too hot to handle there for Donovan, as that was coming in with some pace. Let's see what Wrexham has from an attacking standpoint in the second half. Here's Palmer. Switching the point of attack for Hosanna. Out wide again, looking for options. Hosanna will get back onto it, tries to cut it back, gets the cross away. Kruger able to clear it, only in the top of the area, comes right back in, and easy call for the AR, flag up for offside. Billy Waters, as he was trying to just get out of the way. It's got to be a thrill for Ollie Palmer. Of course, back in the Football League and was acquired from AFC Wimbledon. That's the second league game that Wrexham is going to play, and it'll be at Wimbledon, an away day, their first in League 2 this season. Let's go back to his old stomping grounds, Will Palmer. All the way back for Howard. He sweeps his left foot through it this time. Azian. Palmer pulled down, free kick. James. Looking for space in the middle. Davis. It's a little bit better cushion. Distributing from the middle. Moving it out wide. Osana. Adzian. It's blocked out of play. Hayden looking for something coming through the middle. Palmer, soft feet, now looks to distribute. It was just cut out. Great defensive play from Hugo Le Guenec, French center back. Great touch to set himself up, Palmer. Le Guenec had to go all out for that one, and it's out for the first Wrexham corner kick of this second half. Floated in, Hayden's up for it, he just missed it. Might get another one though. Nope, goal kick. Le Guenec looking for that long ball. Hayden on the chase. Howard came way off his line. Olney. Kruger right through the middle. Raffanello brings it with him, and a great tackle put in. Owen Cushing able to win that back for Wrexham and break up a really promising opportunity for Philadelphia. Olney lets it run through. Olney trying to connect with Raffanello. It's Olney on it again. Might have eyes for goal. Olney blocked down. Wrexham trying to play through this Union 2 pressure now. Out of play, and it looks like a few subs are preparing for Philadelphia as well. This portion of the match is brought to you by Bimbo Bakeries US. Here's Raffanello. Castillo brings it in field, touched along for Vasquez. Was he fouled? He thought he was. As he stays down, Palmer right back the other way. Davis right through the middle, switches the point of attack. Fadzian's in plenty of space down the near side. Driving right at Westfield, looks to cut it back. Davies saved. Andrew Rick able to get his hands to it and hold on to it. Lofted forward. Donovan. For Raffanello. Jeremy Raffanello looking for a shooting opportunity. Sullivan. Tight spaces with Vasquez asking for it back. Shot from distance. Bounces out of play, and those Union subs, I believe, will be able to come on. Another look back at this last opportunity. Fadzian driving, drawing the defense in, and then laying it off. Jordan Davis right back the other way. Good opportunity here for Union 2. Fell for Raffanello. Ambitious effort from that sort of distance, and bouncing just wide. Sanchez, Pierre, Stojanovic will all be coming on. Three pretty regular players for this Philadelphia Union 2 side. Stojanovic scored a brace against Columbus on Tuesday. Sanchez factored into the scoring as well with a goal of his own. Same thing with Nelson Pierre. He had a goal and an assist in the 6-goal performance on Tuesday. CJ Olney, another solid performance from him tonight. Donovan, a like-for-like substitution as well. And the last one is Vasquez coming off. 3 like-for-like subs. We're a week off for Philadelphia Union 2 and for Wrexham before next week when they start and continue their leagues, these respective teams. Good link-up play. Waters, now McFadden. Palmer trying to find Waters again. Challenge put in. Davis called for the foul. Wrexham fans making some noise. Sullivan throwing the brakes on. Here's Kruger. Looking to drop this right in behind. Sanchez was on the chase. Collected and then cleared. Maybe a chance for Palmer to put some pressure here on Andrew Rick, but he played it very well, the youngster. This throw going Philadelphia's way. On the turn, Pierre going for the shot, and it took a massive deflection out of play. Good chance there for the substitute to try to get something going offensively. And a corner kick on the way for Quinn Sullivan. Sullivan delivers, bouncing in off that wet surface and cleared away. Finello plays it across. Picks it up, tried to take it on the first time. Boy, that would have been something special. There's Andrew Rick again. Decent amount of possession in this second half for Philadelphia. Team that, as we mentioned, is not big on having the ball a lot. Least average possession in MLS Next Pro at just 37%. But obviously, the way that they play, they've been very successful at it, and it's they implement it. Running right downhill. Sullivan moves it off to the far side. Sanchez blocked down. The hop around one challenge. Sullivan still coming, puts it in front. It was there for Sanchez, eventually taken by Howard. This is what Quinn Sullivan can give you. U.S. Under-20 World Cup player. And that's why he's been in with the first team as well, Quinn Sullivan. Here's Castillo. More of a hopeful ball in behind. Hayden just has to smash this out of play, but Pierre fouled him. Looks like a few maybe positional changes. Raffanello playing a little bit deeper in the midfield, while Pierre and Stojanovic are those two target strikers now. Foul will go against Wrexham. Free kick going Philly's way. We're getting word that number 35 for Wrexham is David Jones. He's player coach for this Wrexham side, and not Owen Cushion. Linden trying to battle through, he did. Wrexham able to keep this alive. There's 20 minutes to go now. Second half flying by. Couple step overs. Osana gets the cross away, but too close to the goalkeeper. This portion of the match is brought to you by Subaru of America. for options, trying to play it through the middle. Jones who stepped in. For Howard, and Wrexham will start from the back, looking for another go-ahead goal. They scored the opener here tonight through Tom O'Connor. And then it was Jeremy Raffanello just before halftime, and before we went into a 2-hour-plus weather delay. This is played right through the middle. Aaron Hayden, strong defensive play. Wins it off of Luciano Sanchez. Sullivan still coming. Sanchez was asking for it much earlier, keeps it alive. His shot though blocked down. He was off balance, couldn't get the power behind it. Rojas. Castillo put out a play by Hosanna. There'll be a substitution coming for Philly. We'll get to that in a moment. Great defensive play put in by Aaron Hayden. And then, nice flick there, just to spring that attack free. Sullivan coming forward, and there's all that space for Sanchez early, but once he waited for the pass, the chance was gone. And the sub, we'll see Kyle Tucker come onto the field. That's the end of the night for the goal scorer, Jeremy Raffanello. Castillo rolling this in and cleared away. Tucker for Westfield. McFadden, great turn. Looking to play it down the line. Palmer applying some pressure. It was too much. Phil Parkinson did not like that decision. Quick word for Palmer. Once the referee sees the hands on the back of the defender, he may have already been going down, but just asking for him to blow the whistle, and that's exactly what the referee did. Thumped forward again. Sanchez can't get there. Davis thought he was fouled. Referee thought otherwise. Sanchez. Here's Westfield. Play that into space and didn't quite come off. Wrexham haven't really tested the goalkeeper much in this second half. It's been a lot of Philly putting pressure on Mark Howard and company. Gets this away again. Westfield being told the proper place to throw this back in. Long throw. Pierre brings it down. Sanchez. Leaves it into space. Turn it back. Westfield. Sullivan tried the flick around the corner. Sliding challenge by Kruger. Rojas trying to go quick. It was too quick. The pass was just off the mark, looking for Pierre. Palmer collects. Osana. Osana trying to turn it back. Space in the middle for Jones. Davis. It's James. Slowly working it around again. Osana actually works out, came right off the chest of a Philly player. Palmer on the run. That ball stays in play. Well done by Legwenick. And now Castillo. For Nelson Pierre, right up against Hayden. Loaded forward for Pierre. Nelson Pierre! This one stays out somehow. What an opportunity there for the substitute to try to give Philly the lead. Simple ball forward. Deflection was very kind, and he rattles the woodwork. Pierre, who was very much amongst the goals the other day, a goal and an assist in that game against Columbus. He's picking up right where he left off, and Pierre so far this year, 4 goals, 4 assists. Taken away. There's space to run into for Sullivan. Picks his head up. Now he cuts it back. Rolls it to the top of the area. The first time effort's right down the chute. Not a bad effort, though, from Kyle Tucker from outside the area. We have just 10 minutes to play tonight. Waters couldn't keep it. Sullivan. Sliding challenge, throw in Philadelphia. Another look at this opportunity. Pinpoint pass, and Tucker found that soft spot at the top of the area. Pierre to the end line, cuts it across, and cleared. Just flicked along by Palmer. Gwenick fouled. This portion of the match is brought to you by WSFS Bank. Turn, Sanchez, tripped up by James. Free kick, Philadelphia. Rick. Pierre maybe thought he was fouled. Now the referee will call a foul against Philadelphia. Give a lot of credit to the fans that are still watching this to a conclusion tonight. Over 2-hour weather delay. Thunder and lightning, rain coming through the area. I give credit to the fans sticking it out. I also give credit to the fans watching back in Wrexham. They're staying up well past their bedtime and into the wee hours of the morning as well. Davis, Waters trying to get himself back on side, and now the flag comes up. Did not quite do so. Took that from a too far advanced position. Will Wrexham get some opportunities going forward? They've been few and far between in this second half. On the turn, Jones, play it back. Fadzin. Linden looking for the switch of play and just too far out in front of Callum McFadzean. The goal kick for Philadelphia. And is there a winning goal in this game? Another foul. And this time it'll go against Philadelphia, and Wrexham maybe a chance to loft the ball forward here. Wrexham fans trying to make their voices heard here during the last few minutes. Davis lofts it forward, flicked along, and out of play. It's a corner kick. Came off a Union 2 defender. Just a floated ball forward. There wasn't really a red jersey in the area, and Rojas lucky to see that one fly past the post. Everybody queuing up now at the penalty spot. As this comes in, Gwenick heads it off to the near side. And Union 2 get this away, and maybe a chance to counter. And this has to be a yellow card, and it will be. Alan McFadzean. Really, no argument there. Just any sort of contact there. He's going to argue it. Any sort of contact in that sort of situation. Referee is going to reach into his pocket. Chance there. Shot low blocked. Waters offside again. Second time he's been offside here in the last few minutes. Lead forward again, looking for that flick. Sanchez, though, couldn't connect with Pierre. Both teams playing a fairly direct style, looking for that Route 1 ball in this second half, and especially as of late. You have a striker like Palmer. Sometimes be the goal is to get it up there, let him hold play up, go from there. Woodworth lets it run through. Here's Hayden. Sada watches a defender slide by. There's Palmer. Switch of play. Fadzian. His cross blocked out of play. We're hearing there could be no stoppage time at the end of this 90 minutes, so this could be the final play of the game. Davis will deliver. Outswinger bounces in to the top of the area now. The shot deflecting out for a corner. And this time, Liam McAlinden will go over and take it. McAlinden floats it in. Kruger was up for it. Jones off to the far side. McAlinden again delivers, and it just wide. And Union 2 do just enough defensively. So many red shirts, and Aaron Hayden was in there as well. And there's the final whistle as we look at this again. Great ball in once again. It was just a bit too tall for Hayden. And not able to redirect that on goal. Well, that is it here from Subaru Park in Chester. What a game it turned out to be. Unfortunately, the weather had a big part to play, a 2-hour weather delay. And in the end, it is a 1-1 draw here along the Delaware River. Let's take a look at our man of the match. It is presented by Adidas, and it is Jeremy Raffanello lining up the set piece and putting a rocket past Ben Foster. It's good enough for our man of the match presented by Adidas, and he nearly found the winner as well. Got his laces through it, but not able to beat the goalkeeper in Mark Howard. Well, a U.S. tour comes to a close for Wrexham. They will start their season next week against MK Dons in League 2. For Philadelphia Union 2, it is back to MLS Next Pro. That'll do it for our coverage for our entire MLS Next Pro broadcast crew. I'm Josh Easter. Once again, our final score, Philadelphia 1, Wrexham 1. Don't forget, you can watch MLS Next Pro all season long and MLS Season Pass on Apple TV and MLSNextPro.com. Good night from Philadelphia.
This copyrighted broadcast of MLS Next Pro may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcasted without the express written consent of Major League Soccer.